Alright, so right now I got a ship printing. It's the second time I've tested out the printer. Right now this is just one of the encounter ships that's been repaired and posted on the workshop. So I just downloaded the blueprint for it. But right now, currently printing. Check out the blueprints. This is the Encounter Mercenary wreckage. It's been restored. Which I just broke. Okay. Oops. Prints. Hopefully that goes right back to where it left off without missing anything. I don't think it did miss anything. Okay, so that's a learning experience right there. Don't mess with the blueprints while it's printing. But yeah, this here is going to be the second ship that I've built using the printer. Let's just finish that up for it because I don't think we'll be able to finish that. I'm going to be pulling these off anyway, but rather for it to just go ahead and be fully done, so that way on the projector it'll actually tell me like if there's any missing blocks or anything. I want it to go ahead and be 100% finished before pulling it off the printer. But the way that this functions is the projector that you're utilizing has to be on the same grid as the actual pieces you're printing. So this has to be connected up to that same little grid that this printer projector blocks on here. Which is the same for the small grids, but you have to have a small grid platform to build off of. So I built this right here so you can do a couple blocks up, which I did a video on that, printing out the Maggie ship I had built, which I actually have that over here. Did a little bit of coloration on it. Kind of set up some of the features a little bit better than what I had originally had. In fact, if I do FN F10, yeah, this brings up my blueprint menu. So this here is the Maggie V2. I also have somewhere up here, the V1 version of Maggie, which actually I have duplicates of both of these because I have the blueprint where I made it, and then I also, where I uploaded it to the workshop, I have the blueprint saved there as well. It's like, if I can go here, open in workshop, this will bring up the Steam menu here. So this is my posting of it. And just give a little description and everything. On the first blueprint, a lot of my configurations were completely wrong. Everything was backwards, so when you connected, it would turn everything on, and then when you disconnect, it would turn the ship off. But now I've fixed that with this version here, so I can actually turn it on, fly around, do whatever. I got the mag plate. I changed that to where it turns off auto lock and then turns off the mag lock when it's pulled up, so that way you don't accidentally get stuck to stuff while you're grinding it down. And then I've also added the autopilot to dock back up, and I've managed to use a event controller to get that put down to just a single button on your hotbar. I've also added on number 2 here, if I press that, you'll see the grinder pit come to life. It'll turn on just remotely. So now I can turn that on while I'm bringing chunks of wreckage over to grind down. I've also got the override set up on the hotbar, so I can turn on that while I'm bringing stuff over the grinder pit, and that'll set the gyroscopes on this to override your input, so it'll stay in whatever orientation you turn to override on in. So that way when you bring stuff down into the grinding pit, the grinders don't try to throw you off to one side or the other. It'll try to keep it a little bit more stable. I've also done the coloration on this small fighter here, which I'm going to grind this thing down because quite honestly it sucks. It's a small grid ship with very large cannons, but if you take any amount of like fire from a pirate ship or anything, it's pretty much puts it dead in the water. There's just a single large ion thruster at the front, and with that being at the front, that's where all your guns are. You know, if that gets hit, well, you can't slow down, you can't stop unless you do a turn and burn, which is very frustrating in a little ship like this. It would make it extremely difficult to try to dock back up. But I've also done a little bit of work on the AI for this one here. So I can undock, and now if I like fly up to an asteroid that has a good ore deposit in there, if I turn on my drills, it'll automatically put thrust on and kind of bore its way into the asteroid deposit on its own. And that also turns the gyro override on this as well, so that way like you won't accidentally change the direction that you're boring in. So you can just get it lined up, press number 1, it'll drill a hole in, pick up the ore, and then I also, just like on the Maggie ship over there, I have the single button auto dock feature. So I can press that and it'll automatically line itself up. And for these two here, I have the start waypoint way further out from the base than I do for the Maggie. That's because the fighter and this miner here are going to be a lot further out. Like I'm going to be flying pretty far away from the base with these. So I want it to kind of line up from further away, just so that way when it does get over here, they won't hit each other trying to dock up. But that's just about the extent of everything I've done so far. And check in on this print here. Looks like it's still continuing off just fine. Yeah. There we go, building up that rocket pod. Now I'm going to be ripping those off as well, though. So, all of these guns here, and on this side as well, I'm going to be tearing all of this down and swapping it out for much larger artillery. I'm not sure about the internals. I haven't actually taken a look inside to see how the actual layout of the ship is. I just figured I'd go ahead and give this a good test print, especially considering my base storage containers are just about filled up to their max. So if I go here, BCCG for base cargo container general, yeah, that's 223,000 out of 421,000, 123,000 out of 400. And then this one here was just about maxed out before I started building the ship. So from all the other like wrecks I've been dismantling and turning into scrap, I've been getting tons and tons of parts. So I was kind of overloaded on my inventory, which is why I wanted to print something so large here, just to kind of dump out some of those materials. I might even print off like another 2 or 3 of them, just to kind of have around, and that way it doesn't really matter, you know, if they get all wrecked up or anything like that. I'll just be able to bring out another one, drag the first one back and salvage it, and you know, that's kind of how the general gameplay loop is, though, as far as like once you get towards the end game, which there's really not much of a mid game if I'm being honest, but once you get to where you have enough resources and materials to just print off massive ships like that, you're pretty much at the end game. Like, there's not much that you can't do. Um, and for me, as soon as I got out to space, one of the very first things I did was just dump all the resources I could into making that base core that had the I think it was like 3 or 4 uh, large cargo containers just for. Oops. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. It was anyway, it was like 3 or 4 cargo containers just for like uh minerals, ores, ice, stuff like that, and then there was like, I think two or so large just general storage, which right now I'm up to 3, but that's tons of storage. And that was like one of the first things I did, was just make that storage so I have the place to put the materials, and then go out and just grab up as much ores and stuff as I could. Process it kind of slow, but because it takes a while to process that many materials. I should probably focus a little bit more on where I'm flying as well. Yep, passed it. It's really hard to get a good sense of how fast you're actually moving when you're flying by such small items. But grab this unknown signal here, and then I'll fly back and take a look and see what kind of progress I've got on that ship so far. Oh, didn't get anything out of it. Alright, well, it's kind of a waste of time then, but it'll be alright. But I kind of want to get these large ships here built up, so that way I can actually start going towards those unidentified signals. Because a lot of times those are going to be very large ships with lots of guns, and it's kind of hard to do with just that small little fighter, because it can't take any damage before it's out. And the range on it is good, but it's not like amazing. Like, really what I want to do is probably get about 4 rail guns put up on the front of this thing, probably rip out that rocket pod there, and then come down a little bit and add like 3 or 4 rail guns up there, and then at the top do like the large artillery cannons instead of the rocket pods, and kind of push that range out a lot further, so that way I can kind of reach out and touch those ships well before they can even see me coming. Make those encounters over there a whole lot easier, rather than trying to risk everything on one single run, maybe not even get anything out of it. One thing I'm not sure of is if this ship actually has a jump drive on it or not. If not, it's going to be a pain to try to retrofit one in, because they're just so large. Hopefully it does. If not, it doesn't really matter, because my base has a jump drive packed in right over there. So I can just attach it to the base, jump the base near, and then take the ship out and do the combat and everything that I need to do, drag back the corpses of the wrecked ships and start processing them down. Let's see. If I come over here and I check out the printer, Yeah, blocks remaining, 218, two antennas, interior slope. So yeah, it's telling me what blocks still need to be built out of it, and so far we've printed off about 1,200 of 1,500. So it's pretty far along. Shouldn't take too much longer to finish up. Yeah, I could speed up the pistons and bring them back a little bit faster, but then that kind of risks skipping over some blocks, kind of like this one right here. Or these two right here, I guess I should say. Oh, steel plates. I know I got way more than that. There. Some reason, I guess it's just where there's so many parts packed in there. Sometimes it doesn't actually give me all the parts in one go. But I just go by, see if there's anything it missed, try to fix that up while it's still printing. Yeah, so actually I probably should have had it go even slower than this, but I'm kind of impatient. I don't wanna wait that long. Took like 4 tries to get the steel plates that time. Let's grab this. Yeah, there's still some blocks up there I just missed. I think, yeah, those are just because of the overhang. So that's something to keep in mind for the next time I print this same ship. I should probably slightly slower speed, and perhaps add another row of welders on the top just to reach little objects like that right there. Fix that up. Oh, I don't have the technology for the interior pillar? Interesting. Progression, what am I missing? I need to make a sound block. Yeah, all the decoration stuff I haven't unlocked yet. So I need to just build one of these real fast just to out of interior plates. There's no way. Inventory. Yeah, I got plenty of interior plates. There we go. Oops, I think I grabbed way more than I needed. Just put it out here just so I unlock that category box. Yep. Now I should be able to weld that up. Okay. So back to the base. Let's go to container general. Dump all those materials. Grab the blocks I need for those. This is that one piece. Yeah. So piece there. 2 of those. Still kind of a slow process, but got time considering the printers take so long to print. Energy low. That's fun. Let's fly right here before those pistons get too far back. And I'll just jump into this cockpit to get my energy up. It's a bit slower to charge, but it's closer. I don't have to worry about fiddling with my airlock doors, because right now I just have each door set to a 1-second timer to force close the door, which makes it kind of annoying to fly through. I need to get a better airlock set up. But for right now it works. It's just frustrating to get through. Build planner empty. Excuse me? Shouldn't be. Girders. Interesting. Just re-grab these parts. Something weird. That one. That one. Grab all I can. Back over and try to load this back up. Now, if anyone's seen the older videos, by older I mean from a few days ago, you might notice that some of my UI is different. I've been looking around on the Steam Workshop, grabbing more mods and stuff. Not like anything too crazy really, just, you know, some interesting things I've been finding. Like the icons and stuff. That was a part of another mod that allows the components to pass through all the small conveyors. Makes it a little bit easier to build everything. Especially like with my the Maggie ship I made. I didn't design it quite as good as I should have. I forgot that large components can't go through these small conveyor ports, which means without that mod, my Maggie ship does not actually dump everything out of its inventory, which can be very frustrating. That didn't get welded fully up. It has all the parts though. Interesting. So yeah, I definitely need to make it go slower the next time around. Looks like ship's just about finished. Just a few blocks left. A couple of those. He's back over here. Now, did I not actually get the parts I needed? I thought I did. Yeah, okay. fix that. Well, printer's just about back. Not quite, but just about. Should be able to do it well. Printer. Yeah. Toggle block off. Okay, so that turns off the world wall. So now I can fly in front of these and not die. Check on the projector as well. Large projector. So we're missing 2 armor blocks, 2 corner lights, and 1 catwalk plate. Apparently there's batteries, hydrogen generators that aren't finished either. I'm thinking probably they have all the components and just wasn't fully welded. That's one thing I do know for sure that can happen is if a block is built halfway, the projector will see it as completed, even though it's not fully built. So now, what I need to do is figure out where those hydrogen generators are. Certainly a downside of printing off a ship that you haven't actually built yourself, because makes it difficult to know where everything is. Did I actually grab that? Check. No. There. But if you're not familiar with a ship design, like if you didn't make it, that makes it kind of difficult to locate everything on the build. Well, I guess it kind of depends on how large of a ship you're talking about, but this one here is I'd say mid to small size large grid ship. So, okay, so there is a gravity generator on here apparently. So I can jump, not fly off. So there's rooms. A lot of these blocks I probably need to rip out because I'm not going to be using any of those. The kitchens and all that. All these beds and stuff. I don't need any of this. So, at some point I'll go in and rip all that out to retrofit a bunch of AI blocks in instead. Is this the engine room? Yes, it is. Oh, okay, it's missing a power cell. That's probably what it was. I probably ran out of power cells. Yeah. Actually, I should be able to over here, then I can queue up, I will say 400 power cells. I won't be able to grab them from here because it's not actually piped up to the main base, but I will be able to queue them up for production. Then I can go back and bring those parts over. Success 3. Right there. I think there was, what, 4? Complete. No, it was just 3 generators, 2 interior lights, and 3 batteries. So, that's not too bad. My headset just turned off, so I'm thinking it's about on power. Unfortunate. Anyway, I see one of the lights. Grab the construction. Did I actually not grab that? Power though. That's gonna be a bit of an issue. I can just use one of these beds to charge that up though. Okay. Let me check. Yeah, my oxygen bottle's full, so I don't have to worry about that too much. One thing I do need to do is chew for gravity generator. Yep, turn that off. I'm not sure what these programmable blocks do. Don't really need those. Probably be better to rip those out. All the retrofitting I plan to do for this ship here probably end up making another blueprint, saving that as a separate print, so that way when I print more of these guys off, I don't need to do the retrofitting again. Recompiles current script. Is there even a script on this? I don't think there is. Shouldn't be. I think I have the scripts turned off actually. Just gonna keep that on. So that way, if I dock this up and load it up with oxygen, it will start spewing the oxygen out. Let's see. Come over here. Base cargo. These tools I respawned with, I can just throw these in here. I need 6 of those. I don't need the little grates. And similar, yeah. Production. Everything should have been made. Inventory. Power cells. Yep. Just grab as many of those as I can carry, which is not a lot. So that's gonna be pretty annoying. Take me a few trips. I should have made more power cells right off the get. Maybe I should have left that gravity generator on, because these mag boots are a little annoying. You actually, your entire character orientates with the surface you're walking on with the mag boots. When I turn these, or build these, I mean, they shouldn't, even if they're on, should actually kick on, because I don't think it loaded with any oxygen, or not oxygen, hydrogen, in the tanks. Grab the components for that. There's 2 more batteries somewhere. Probably up top. Oh, okay. So somewhere within the ship I have 2 batteries that aren't finished yet. Let's see. Batteries. Show on HUD. Okay. So let's see, we got one. It's buried down in there. So yeah, both of them were buried down there. Oh, directly below this as well. So ground armor slope, that can go for right now. Light armor, that can go for right now. Ooh, okay. Puts a nice little hole on the side there. So now I can get in here to repair these. Perfect. And this battery should be mine here. Yes. Okay. So grab the blueprint for that. Grab the blueprint for that. I did put those cells in that first battery, didn't I? Okay. So some of the bottom edge. Finding those power cells carrying. Start pumping them in. It's gonna take a lot of trips. That is one thing that I find kind of annoying about the game when you use like even just the base settings of like 3 times inventory. It like all these components are just absolutely massive in your inventory. It takes up so much space. You have to keep going back and forth, back and forth. I mean, like, I understand that part of it is to kind of encourage utilizing vehicles and machinery to do the heavy lifting, so to speak. But it just gets very repetitive when it's just small things like 3 little blocks over here that you gotta keep going back and forth to repair up. And it just doesn't make sense to bring in a full constructing ship grid to grind all this back out and then basically reprint it. It doesn't make sense to do all that versus just biting the bullet and bringing everything over piece by piece. One thing to keep in mind though, if you ever start printing stuff off like this, don't immediately detach the grid when it's done printing. Like, make sure you double and triple check that all of the blocks are finished before you disconnect it. Because once you disconnect this ship from the printer that you printed it on, it becomes a separate grid and an absolute pain to try to connect back up. Like, you either need to use merge blocks, or if you have a mod like I do, oops. Let's see, well, yeah. So I have the build pad mod, so I can put these on one side, like, of 2 separate blocks, and then I just line them up and it automatically welds them together. Basically like merge blocks, but instead of it taking up a full block space in between the 2 grids, it puts them right next to each other. Just a little bit more handy, but I do have a mod for that. It makes things a little bit better, but not by a whole lot. Okay. There we go. That should be all of those blocks done. Printer projector large. 2 corner lights. So just these right here. which I did remember to grab the parts for. There we go. Now, oh, why are these showing? Where are these at? Oh, they're up there. What's that? Ooh, military escort. Yeah, I want that. So, let's go and grab that. I will back out. Let's clear my hotbar. Grab a hacking computer. Grab all the parts for it. Then ship right here. I'll grab it. And we'll head out to pick up that military escort. We'll come back and finish working on that ship here later. Turn my dampeners off. Just cruise. Switch weapons. Yeah, that's a good looking ship right there. At least from what I can see here. I think for this one here, let's see if I can't get my ship to just grab onto it with its landing pad. And I'll just turn the thrusters and everything off, because if I do the auto return, it might want to crash into the base, since I'm on the complete opposite side of the dock. I do have collision avoidance turned on, so it shouldn't. But there's still a chance, and I don't want to be, 8,000 meters away from base. Meanwhile, this ship's like crashing and stuff and causing problems. Let's turn the dampeners off and see if I can get close enough to grab it. I overshoot it. Down, up. Nope. Well, as you can see, that just completely ruined the front thrust, so now I can't back up at all. So what I need to do now is just back off without saving changes and try again. I don't like having to reload saves to avoid issues like that, but it's just a whole lot less frustrating to reload and try again than it is to try to deal with a ship that's going to be drifting off endlessly into space. I mean, with it being such a small grid, it's not going to impact the performance too much. But I would rather not have that be an issue at all, really. Versus just deal with the fact that there's going to be a ship I'll never find again floating around. Let's see. Rotate a little bit here. He's gonna keep flying around, come on. Yeah. I want to try to grab the back edge of that fender, or not fender, but the tail. I want to make sure my ship here is far enough away from its main thrusters to avoid burning up my ship. It doesn't really matter, it's just don't want to be messing with it, you know, trying to fix little pieces that I can't hardly see. I'll go over, down, okay. And my dampers are off, and just come over here, we'll do gyros off, thrust off. Okay. Now I should be able to find a good spot for the hacking computer. So we'll put it up here away from all those thrusters so I don't kill myself on them. Go. I'll claim this grid so that way it doesn't despawn. And what this hacking computer does, it's a mod as well that I have. It'll just go through and have a set chance to give me access to these blocks here, based on how many computers they have, like in the block itself. There's that null signal. Yeah, I'll go grab that, I guess. My fighter has a 20,000 meter broadcast range, so I shouldn't lose it if it's just attached solely to that other grid. But the hacking computer, what it does is it gives you access to blocks that aren't owned by you without you having to go through and take the time to grind each block down into to like under half durability or whatever, and then having to weld them back up. So really it's nothing more than just a time saver. Just because personally I think it's really annoying to have to go through and take those each part individually to gain control of the ship. And if it was a little easier to do, probably I wouldn't get the mod for it, but the mod just makes it so much easier to do, you know? Like, you just come over, you plop the computer on, and then you can kind of forget about it. if I had a better tug ship to use, I could probably just slap the computer on there and then drag the ship back. But if you don't disable the either the thrusters or the remote control block that's actually causing it to fly, then you're gonna have, oops, damn, I opened my Windows menu instead of doing the Control Z to Control Z. Yep. There we go. Dampener's on auto. Nice. But if you don't turn off the thrusters and the gyros or the remote control block, one of those, then you're going to be fighting the ship the entire time you're trying to drag it back to your base to lock it up. So it's much more convenient to just slap a computer on there and let it do its thing. So if I look on here, yeah, I have access to the remote control block already, so I can turn autopilot off. Now this ship's going to stop moving on its own and everything. Let's see, so we got a gravity gen, I can go ahead and turn that off. Decoy, we'll turn that off. See, I don't think I have access to all the turrets yet. There's still one turret I don't have access to, so we'll let that be for right now. Let's see, I don't remember. Is this grid? Okay, yeah, it does have an interior. Which the door is locked. Try the other one. Also locked, okay. Nice. Turn off the reactor, because the battery should have way more than enough power to make it back to the base. The air vent. Pressurize on, okay. That's good. That means that if I come over here, grind this block off with depressurize on, there shouldn't be any air to leak out. Now that I've ground that door down below the hack line, now I can actually utilize it. So that's how you would go about taking control of a block in a base game. But it's just so much easier to slap on the computer and let that do its thing. Because then you don't have to destroy blocks and stuff like that, and that way it also doesn't affect your relations with certain factions. It's like you do have a relation system. So you'll see like there's some of these factions where I do have a little bit of a negative relation with. Most of these are positives. But those negative relations are where I've ground down little blocks like doors and stuff like that. But if you do much larger, more important parts, it'll have a greater effect on your relation. Which, I mean, it doesn't make too much of a difference, really, but if you have really bad relations, then stations and stuff might be hostile towards you, which can be annoying. But, basically, I just need to sit around and wait a little bit until that computer gets me control of the flight seat. Which, done yet? Might have. control station access denied. So I guess really I don't actually need it because I could take control via the remote control block, but that's just kind of a weird way to do it in my opinion. Let's see here. Actions, how do I do it? I forgot. Fighter. Ship military one. Control block. Main control. Oh, stand control. Probably because we have antenna, maybe? Let's build antenna. Enable broadcasting. It's on. More. Thinking I probably need to do something that I'm forgetting about in order to actually get the remote control block to control remotely. I know you can do it, I've done it before, I just don't remember how. I'm just trying to get a hold of the battery right now. Well, you'll see, it'll tell you the chance of success is 1 in 25, and that's because the block has 25 computers. So like with the control station, that should be like, yeah, 1 in 100. So the way the hacking computer runs through is it'll do 10 attempts per block. Once it reaches 10 attempts, it will attempt to find another block to access and then go back around. But I think I need to refresh the terminal. Yeah, so I already had control of all those batteries. The only thing I don't have control of is the assembler, but it's turned off. And because of that, the hacking computer can't actually hack it. The block has to be turned on in order for it to give the option. So right now the control station is the last block, which is why it's not refreshing, trying to find another block every 10 attempts. So it'll just keep running through until it finally succeeds in giving me access to the control station. But that mod actually, if I remember correctly, I believe it has another block along with it. Yeah, the firewall, which has 1,000 computers in there. And this mod, I believe, was actually made for a multiplayer server, where you could like hack each other's ships and stuff and try to steal each other's stuff. But this actually works really well for claiming the space pirate and other factions ships without actually degrading your relations. So that's why I have it. I don't ever use the firewall because I don't have to worry about any other hacking computers, because I'm the only player on the save. So yeah, we're at 80, over 80 attempts right now, and it is random, so it's not like as soon as it gets to 100 you're guaranteed to succeed. There's still potential that it might take even longer than that, so you never really know. It's just kind of based on luck. Sometimes you might get it the first attempt, and sometimes you might have to wait for ages for it to give you access. But you don't actually have to wait for that. I could just grind this down below that hack line, and it's just gonna lose relations with the Enlightened Munitions faction, which I'd rather not lose too much relation, because like I said, I don't want the stations I come across to end up being hostile to me just because I stole some ships. So I'd rather just let the computer do its thing and eventually give me access. And once I can, I'll fly this back over to the base there, turn my fighter back on, unhook it, and let it auto-dock. And this ship here, might actually keep it. The decoy block has to go because I don't want that next to my rear thrust. I'll probably, if I do keep it, I'll kind of like make a stick that comes back and put it on the end of that stick, just that way it's not pulling fire towards critical components. But I'll probably end up grinding this Gatling turret off and putting a connector on the back here so I can actually refuel it and everything from my base. This is all ion, so I won't need to actually put any hydrogen on it or anything like that. It just needs to charge up, which it's got 2 nuclear reactors, so I could probably just fill it with uranium and definitely ammo for the turrets, although I'll be ripping these other turrets off. Personally, I don't like the rocket launchers at all, so I'll be replacing those probably with the artillery, like maybe an artillery each side, then do a assault cannon on top, perhaps. I might see about expanding off some more conveyor lines, putting a couple of the Gatling turret V2s on here, cause kind of like the way they look. They kind of remind me of the C-RAM. Like if I do, yeah, these right here. These remind me of or not C-RAM, but C-Wiz, I mean. Turn it face this way. Yeah, see, it's got like that central tower at the top, and then the barrel sticking out of one side. For some reason, it doesn't actually load right when you go to place it. Like the barrel is at a 90-degree offset from where it actually should face, like once you place it. But aside from that, it's pretty good. While that does its thing, I'm gonna go ahead and grab this unknown signal over here. By the time I get back, it should be already done, if it ain't. I'll be a little more mindful and not kill myself on the signal this time around. Let's see. Can't hear nothing. Wonderful. There's a cargo container. There it is. Some credits. Computer. I don't want to flush them. I'll just leave that. Pirate sill over there I could get. I might actually go and try to get that. By the time I get back over here, I should be able to fly this. Something's off in that direction there, kind of to the left. Mindful not to smack into it. Say to the left, that would be behind in regards to the orientation of this ship. Let's see here. Yes, I can control it now. Fine. So we want to head this way. Dampeners off and we'll go probably about 50 kilometers or meters. I mean, yeah. Cruise about 50 meters a second. Let's see if I can't find that unknown signal again. Just close that. Should be able to just turn that back on. So I can turn the dampeners off. Then pressurize this so I can get some breathable oxygen in here. Should be able to take my helmet off now. Let's see. Yeah, I'll put the helmet back on just because it's kind of loud. I don't see that private sill yet, so I might just give up on looking for it. I don't want to spend too much more time on this. And yeah, I'll give up on that. I've had a couple of those private sills before. They're not really anything too special anyway. Cruise at 70 until we get there. So in the meantime, grab these charts and turn those off. Same thing with the decoy. Okay, that's already off. Start slowing down. 50. Got a little bit closer here. Okay, then 100 meters now, so start slowing down some more. Start rotating. fully decided if I'm going to keep this one or not, so let's go ahead and park it by the grind pit just in case I decide to get rid of it. Turn myself properly. Good. Guess just halfway on the pad should be fine. There we go. Good. Batteries off. Reactors off. Gravity gen off. Air vent pressurized on. It's not actually going to do anything though because I turned everything off. Yeah, that should be fine. It's not going to drain any power. Oh, I do need to turn the battery back on. Just turn it all the way on, sorry. Open these doors. Turn it back off. There we go. So now I can get in and out and access everything. Oops. There we go. There should be an assembler somewhere on here that hasn't been claimed. Just so that I don't end up having to worry about any of my guns training and trying to fire on this guy. I want to find the assembler right here.
Inventory full.
We want to go ahead and hack this assembler so that way none of my other turrets want to target and fire on this ship. So that should be all cleaned up. Should be able to come over here, turn my thrusters on, turn my gyros on, unlock my landing gear, pull off from there. Endpoints back on. And let's see, where did I mark? So I'll dock it up over there, so I should be able to turn the autopilot on. Should line me up and take it back in for a landing. Just like the miner, I had the waypoint come out about 200 meters, so that doesn't have any issue with crashing into the other ship there. My miner when it tries to line up the dock. And it looks like we're going to be spinning out. So turn that off. So we can come to a complete stop. Now let's try. Is it actually going to dock up? Yep, it's wrong here. Switch those around, maybe it'll... Yeah, there we go. wasn't turning the collision avoidance off. So I was worried about trying to smack into stuff. Didn't want to go over to that second waypoint. That's an issue I'll have to look into later. Anyway, what was that? I need to carve container general, dump all that. Oops, still got these credits. Yep. Put those with the rest of them. Bring up a whole bunch of shoe whiz off of there. I'm gonna fix up these lights. So grab the components of that light. Grab the components for that light. Fix up both of these. Here. I think that's all of the lights now. Keep turning my caps lock on by mistake. There are no more incomplete blocks. Which means now I can grind this down. And you'll see it's kind of flashing and everything. It's all distorted. That's because my projector is still on. There we go. Turn the projector back off. So as soon as you disconnect from the grid, the projector thinks that none of those blocks are built because it's not on a single grid. So it'll overlay your projection with your ship. And that makes things kind of annoying to look at. But once you get all that done and disconnected, you can turn your projector off and you'll be good to go. Yeah, I guess I can leave those open actually. I just need to find out where the bridge is, which I'm thinking it's probably up a level. Yeah. So it's an airlock. Where's this go? Oh, okay. I have to keep note of that. There's a quicker way in between there. So that bridge and pilot quarters. Interesting. There's that third programmable block. Bridge up here. set of actions. What do these do? Okay, so that's the doors. Okay. Let's go ahead and start those, because those two work in conjunction, and what they do is they just activate each other to close all the doors. So that way, you can, not have to worry about the airlock, the airtightness of it. So if you leave a door open by mistake, it'll, automatically close it. I have those things set up on my base. This is a very interesting, table here, projection area. Come on. That's really neat. Kind of like that. I should be able to. Oh, and why I can't? It's because this is still considered a static grid, because it was attached to my base when I printed it. So we're going to rename this to be. Call it Mercy, just because it's the mercenary ship blueprint. Yeah. So now I can actually fly this around, and that's going to be very slow. Partly because I don't have any hydrogen for the hydrogen thrusters to help assist in moving the ship around. Also seems that I don't have ion thrust in all directions either. So we got forward, backwards. Yeah, there is no ion thrust up. So that's why I'm kind of drifting. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. So do I have a port? I do have a port on here. Probably should have thought about that before I disconnected and started flying. But that'll be alright. What I can do for right now is just try to drift her over to get her lined up with the the edges of my base. See if I can get her to lock down onto the base with those landing gear on the front there. If all else fails, I'll pull Maggie over and lock her onto the ship here and see if I can't get it to stop with that. Yeah, it's definitely one of those pretty annoying designs. Only utilizes mixed thrust. So that's definitely something to think about. If I decide to make more of these, I might retrofit a lot of the hydrogen thrusters to be ions instead, just so I can solely utilize ion. Hydrogen is in fact much better as far as effective thrust produced, but you have to worry about having hydrogen fuel in order to actually fly. Whereas with pure ion, that's not even something you have to worry about. As long as you have power, you have thrust, which is something I'm a fan of. Trying to get her to drift properly is kind of a pain. See if I can kind of just do a little bit of a spin here. Try to rotate around. Oh. And she's drifting again. This is very quickly becoming a bit of a pain in my ass. For some reason, she's keeping that directional momentum moving up regardless of orientation. Like if I turn this way or here, she's still moving up rather than down. Very frustrating. Let's see. Maybe if I angle this way a little bit. And just let her drift into the station. Try to utilize the station as a little bit of a slower stop. Angle her nose up. Just to tap it a little bit and come to a stop on the station. There we go. Okay. Now let's see, can I rotate around? Have the angle down some so I can make sure I clear that. Yep. Go. Just rotating her thing. Angle. Just a little forward thrust. Just barely missed that. Yep. I should be able to nose down right as soon as the landing gear gets onto base. There we go. Okay, got her parked. Wonderful. Alright. So I've successfully printed off rather large ship here. Now, what I want to do before anything else is to go ahead and utilize Maggie here, which I'll have to keep in mind to manually land, because if I do the eye landing, it's going to want to crash into my new ship here. We're just going to utilize Maggie to grind off these turrets from the base blueprint. So let me get to them. Come on. There we go. Just want to go ahead and get rid of all these lower range turrets, so that way I can get them replaced with the better long range options. That front rocket pod I'll probably just grind off by hand, just because I don't want to tear off too much armor and have to replace it. But these guys I can just use Maggie for. There we go. I think I accidentally grinded that last door block here a little bit. Yep. Just an open hood. And once I retrofit the proper arms onto the ship, then I'll go through and rip out the crew quarters and retrofit in the AI piloting. We want to get a combat autopilot, as well as a couple of waypoint move blocks to do my auto docking, which getting up a better docking port is probably in order. I've got a small interior turret on the back. Let's go ahead and grind this guy off. Let's do that by hand. That's such a small turret, it doesn't take up too much inventory with all the components. And this rocket tube.
Inventory full.
Full up. So we'll dump all these components into Maggie.
Inventory full.
Let's put some steel plates in Pull that up. Okay. So what do we got here? I think that's just armor. So I should be free to
Inventory full.
grind those 2 blocks out, and I'll replace that with 2 rail turrets if I can. I don't actually remember off the top of my head how large the railgun is. Large railgun. Okay, yeah, it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. And then we got side connectors and M1 front. So I guess the best way to connect this up, because we got the one on the top of the gun. So I can do conveyor. Just pull the parts up from here. 6G, dump everything I got. Grab components for the conveyor. Well, there's all that conveyor down right there. Got and there's some room in here. I can probably just patch that with just a plain armor block. Well, we'll do a heavy just for the hell of it. Throw that right there. Grab the rest of those components from Maggie because I know I have enough in there. Where the railgun is just so massive. Should be able to, yeah, I can spin it around, but the top there I should connect up just right. Let's see if we got any steel plates. No, but, yep. So, to rotate it that way. That there. That's going to be a pretty powerful main weapon. Yeah, it's going to take a few trips back and forth. Grab all the pieces I need. So I guess in the meantime I can go ahead and park Maggie down. And we'll just pull the parts out the hydrogen tanks instead of the connector. Yep, there we go. I'll probably need to produce the remaining superconductors. Those are a pretty rare component. I doubt I got enough from salvaging all these little flyby ships and everything. grab what I can. Wait, cannot withdraw 21 computers. Yes, now it's just the superconductors that I need. So I should be able to go those to production. There. I should have enough gold. Yeah, I got over 2,000 right there. So in the meantime, we're gonna need, say, 100 large gun sablets. We'll do 200 artillery shells. Do 200 assault cannons. And 400 Gatling ammo. That way we got the munitions producing whilst I finish building the main cannon. There we go. Now, unfortunately, this should draw a ton of power. Yeah. Stored power. Yeah, that's going to be a very costly per shot weapon. And unfortunately, I'll have to actually manually aim this guy. So probably I'll need to put a camera on the top of that railgun so I don't miss. Make sure the height to bore axis isn't too much. So that way I can actually just do pinpoint aiming instead of having to guesstimate about how far the barrel is below the aiming point. Anything special, but we did have an antenna on this one, which is not too bad. Really don't need those steel plates. Fly back to the base. Might increase the cap for unidentified signals from 1 to 2, just so that way I have a better chance of being within jump range, because that one's a bit far away. By the time I get over there, it'll probably be just about ready to despawn. Okay. So now I'll start placing my turrets. steel plate to place. So artillery cannons, I'm thinking put that there. It's not going to have very good gun depression. So might need to start grinding some of these other blocks off. I can put one artillery on either side. That should be able to actually aim properly. And over here, do assault cannons on either side. We can do assault there, and we'll do the CRAM style. I want to face the barrel that way, so that I place it in the correct orientation. Same that one. Then there was interior turret on the bottom. Oh, it probably didn't have a connector because the interior turrets can't be loaded via conveyors. Forgot about that. Let's see, what else can I do? Honestly, I'm thinking that's probably good. I can grind those two out. Conveyor. There. Have that turret on the back. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Like that.
Inventory full.
Let's keep the plates. What kind of connector do I want? Probably just a conveyor junction. Actually, I need the interior plates. Unfortunate. CCG. Dump everything. Clear off the build planner. Everything for that. And then
remove that. And now let's see. So I can't connect that on there. Because of the armor blocks, I guess. Let's put this. So we do another one.
Energy low.
That's kind of dumb, but it'd work, I guess. Charge up real quick. Oops. Should be able to. Oh wait, maybe it won't let me place it because I was still bleed. Huh. Might be. Take 10. Just to check, let me get rid of this first. See if I can place it. No, okay. So I did need that. Place that. So I can rotate it. Take into account that. 90-degree offset. Yep. Yeah, okay. Go and grab this unknown signal. Back. Throw down a armor block on there. And that exposed conveyor. Grind up those turrets. Try not to smack into that. Yep, still no cosmetics. Wonderful. Shit, here we go. Some credits. Some credits. Nice. So, flying back, go ahead and grab armor block on. Which I guess we'll do a slip. No, there's already a slope there. Kind of a wonky angle if I do that. It's not gonna look stupid. I'm thinking I can do it slopes like this. And I can do armor panel. Look at that. Yeah. do the last trip for the armor. Wait. There we go. Those last two grids. Alright, that doesn't look too bad. That's what the coloring's a little bit off, but it'll be alright. Not too worried about aesthetics, plus personally I kind of like the idea of when you retrofit stuff you have them different coloration just to kind of distinguish the fact that, like, you know, it's been worked on. Just gotta grab that. Prints for all these. Top turret. Gatling. This Gatling. Let's see, can I grab... Yes, I can. Okay. So, now that I got all those parts there, this is June. Just dump everything I can out of Maggie. Grab all the parts I need. Take that off. Oops. Running into the ship. So do is let's rotate her this way. Bring her up a little bit. Even with these turrets. Thinking this might be faster if I spot her grinders out. What is that? Commercial freighter? Nah, those don't really have that many good materials. It's not worth going trying to grab. But I will grab the part side. Let's finish this off. And we'll go straight down to the rear Gatling. Should be fine. Just make sure. Yeah, that is the one I'm thinking about. It's a pain to try to grind that down because you got to get all the solar panels off, and then you have to separate it into two. Then when you go to grind down each of those side pieces there, bits want to fly off when in the grind pit. So It's not really worth effort in my mind to try to mess with that. If it was one that I hadn't messed with before, I might would be tempted to go grab it. Because I do want to at least one time tear down each type of ship that can spawn. So I can, learn the layout of all the potential spawns. Oops, there. These Gatling turrets are really easy. They don't take a whole lot of components to throw together. It's just these, the massive cannons have way more components to them. Yeah. So the only thing now that I need to consider is how am I going to fill this thing with hydrogen first go round? That's going to be a pain to try to get it to connect up with any connector regardless of how I place it, since I don't have thrust in all directions yet. Okay, last little bits. Seems that has 4 hydrogen thrusters pointing up. Looks like, yeah, just 4. So that is the unfortunate thing about this design. Is it needs hydrogen in order to actually allow you to thrust in every direction. It's just annoying, but eventually I plan to fix that. I know I have the materials to make a bunch more of those large ion thrusters, because when I retrofitted the base to have large ions, I kind of went overkill with making sure I had the materials. And I'm not. Oh, I am out of materials. Huh. Okay, I thought I grabbed everything I needed. Oops. It's not. Alright, we'll just go to Park Maggie and I'll finish the last 2 off by hand. And for anyone that doesn't know, I called this ship Maggie because of the mag plate that I have tucked inside in aft of the ship, and that's just for tugging chunks of salvage to and from the brine pit. Right there should be fine. Put that down. Hit up this unknown signal real quick. clear out the hotbar. Make sure I don't crash. Is this another thruster? Yep. Okay. Still no item. Got some more credits, so I will take that. Eventually I'll get around to heading back over to that station. I'll go ahead and deposit those credits at some point. Eventually I would like to buy one of each purchasable ship, just so I can get copies of all the blueprints. And then work on retrofitting them with stuff that I like rather than what they come with. So a lot of times the base game ships come with like rocket launchers and the small Gatling turrets rather than like the larger artillery stuff. And while those are nice, it's like it just doesn't have the range or accuracy that the new large turrets have. And in my mind, like, while yeah, you can do a lot more damage output in close-up fights, you also take a lot more damage. And personally, I would rather not spend all my time repairing ships instead of doing it the smart way, staying just outside of range, eating up their turrets and everything, and then coming in for the salvage afterwards. I just feel that's a much safer and better way to go about it than just going head first into combat, losing ship after ship after ship. Granted, I have the materials to produce all of them. Like, I could probably produce a total of 5 of these right now if I wanted to, but I would rather keep some of those materials just floating around in the inventory if I can, because I don't want to go broke making a whole fleet of these ships and, you know, get kind of loose with them and let them get destroyed and ate up, and then have to spend time breaking them down to reconstruct, or even worse, trying to find damaged blocks inside of the ship and having to like grind my way to the block to fix it and then replace the blocks afterwards. That's just a pain. What is that? Bill suspension? Huh. It's odd. Guess that's a unique way to do that. How many hydrogen tanks do we have on him? That 2? I'm thinking it's just 2. Let me check. No, there's 3 hydrogen tanks. We'll turn that off for right now. The thruster should be fine. Power surge. What is that? Armor block E2 doors. Block 5 doesn't seem to do anything. Space, we have state modules. I wonder what those are connected to. So oxygen generators can turn those off. So it looks like none of these panels have any actions already set. Um, okay, interesting. Beacon, we're going to change that to be... Let's see. And we'll do the broadcast range at 20,000 so I don't lose it. Oh, okay, so we do have refineries and assemblers. So I can produce materials on the ship, which is a nice touch. So that would be the best way to connect up. Connect to there. Probably tug it. It'll be really slow moving though. Guess the real question is, where would I want to dock this thing in the first place? Don't want it too close to these thrusters or the solar array. So I don't want to get in the way of any of that. Can probably... Probably make use of this here. Grind that off. And we can do a junction there and bring that down. And we could connect her up here. Just on the side of the grinder. Actually, probably be better to move a little further over, so it's not so close to hitting it. Let me count out how many blocks is it from somewhere. 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. She should be able to connect there. No, just to be on the safe side. First, let's back on. Grab it. construction.
Energy low.
Charge up the suit. Bring the connector down on probably it's about here. So I spawn 5. Take 4. Grab all the components, unfortunately. Then connector. That. Parts. Oh, I know I got the parts. There. And we'll pick up this. Nice. See, dock. Go. Care about that. It's not good as far as that's concerned. So for anything else. Mm-hmm. That's not what we need. What is okay? So I could probably get rid of the reports. And we'll change all this out for the block stopping meeting.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Let's dump all this into the internal cargo for right now. No.
Inventory full.
Definitely gonna need quite a bit of space. Certainly don't need a memory. And I'll leave those connectors and stuff. Uh, Kitchen, do I want to keep that? Probably not. Lights off there. Then see if we're bare now, but that'll be perfectly fine.
Inventory full.
Really, I don't know if it's no place. Lights. So now this goes down to the main tech area, I guess. Basic firing. Okay, so this is access to the hydrogen tanks. Gravity gen. Electric tank. It's a very tight area to be maneuvering around. It's all open, so I guess none of this is actually airtight. Interesting.
Energy low.
Guess I might keep the captain quarters. Certainly don't need to. Split down here. So. Okay. What's that called? Called vent control. Remove a few of these. So it takes the interior plates to place down. Okay, 20 of those. How big of a block of crap? Oh, those windows aren't. They take up part of a.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Grab that, throw that in there. I'll grab these. Okay. So, I want to rotate that right side up. Now we want one for docking, autopilot on and off. We want one for the systems being turned on and off upon docking. Do I need a third one? Yeah. Because I need a third one for when the power gets below a certain point. I want to kick on the hydrogen engines to produce power. So that way we can recharge batteries up to a certain point. Assemblers and refineries, I can turn those on and off manually. Now we want the AI blocks. So we need a flight move. We need one for offensive. We're gonna need one to record tasks. So that way we can actually line up and dock up. And I think that's it as far as that goes. And we need interior plates to place these.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah. How many construction points is that? Shit. 16, so it's 20. So I want the move block facing towards the front. rotate it properly. Not quite. No. No. There we go. Front, right, left. So that is the front of the ship. That is the aft of the ship, I believe. Yeah, because the airlock faces the front. So, yeah, we want it facing in that orientation. And then same with the move block. We want the rear panel to be facing that way, front panel facing that way. And then the combat block, if I remember correctly, does not have a orientation necessary. That's taken care of by the move block. I do have a panel I could utilize. So we'll orientate it like this. Keep everything. Grab these 3 blocks. Well, then what I can. Need to make detector components. I'm assuming I ran out of materials for the munitions. Silicone, uranium. Let's see here. Oh, probably because it can't pull that out of the large reactor. Yeah. Grab all the components and the rest of those AI blocks. Back down to the automation room. Hold those up and check the vent. Yeah, I didn't put the vent controllers. It's something I just thought about. Right here. Boom. That's probably a bad idea to leave these event controllers exposed like this. However, I don't care. So yeah, that should all be done. Perfect. And before I forget, grab a camera, put on the railgun. And we'll put that as far back as it will allow me. Orientate that towards the front of the barrel. Look that up. So, height over bore shouldn't be too bad. I think that's about 1 or 2 blocks worth of difference there. So I'll have to adjust slightly for that, I think. Aside from that, it should be pretty easy to aim now. Oops, maybe slam over that. So that should be able to dock up here. Railgun pointing up, no problem. I might ding her up a little bit while moving parts over to the grind pit with Maggie, but that shouldn't be a whole lot of an issue. About to need power, so I'll just sit over here to charge up. Meantime, check on production. Yeah, so I made all that munition. Should be enough for a while. So now the challenging part is, how do I want to connect up some fuel to this? I think probably an easy way to do it is maglock one of these hydrogen tanks, drag it over here. I think there's enough room to fit that in. Load a connector onto it, connect that up, and just put some hydrogen in there to where I can maneuver it around to connect to the dock. And once I get it docked up, I'll be able to fuel it the rest of the way. So, let's get started on that. Let's check. Don't have anything. Dump the credits into the stockpile. All Maggie up. Probably want to grab it at kind of an angle. Maybe that would be good. Extend out. Back up. Detach that. Oh, it's still considered to be a station. Perfect. Should be just barely enough for him to get that in there. Just a bit. Grab a connector. Grab what parts I can from the books. And grab the rest from the base. Go. Connector, lock, friction, off. Okay. Search folder. Please. I want to turn the stockpile on. So we drain out this tank. Right. So this tank is completely empty. Grind that off. And the same here. Just put those parts into Maggie. So, yeah, that's some
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Bring that in. And we'll get sending signal real fast. We'll come back, switch those tanks and stockpile on to off, and bring her around to the dock. This is going to be one of those alignments. There we go. Damped to it.
Inventory full.
Got some floating parts. That'll be fine.
Inventory full.
Is there anything in this storage? What? Credits, sir. Nice. Not into the bricks. No, it doesn't have brain. Drop those. The rest of that should eventually despawn. It's far enough away from the base and I'm not worried about flying into it. I'm probably gonna be jumping away from this planet eventually anyway, so I'm not quite as worried about leaving junk floating around. Just throw those components into Megan. Mm. Dock her up, she's a little cockeyed. Alright. And we should be able to get the hydrogen thrusters online. Now that we have some fuel. Which, one full large tank is actually quite a bit of fuel. The cockpits are... Yep. And we want the hydrogen tanks. Stockpile off. Yep, all of those came to life. That out here. I don't know. Landing gear. Do I have a group for landing gear? It's like some doors. Yeah, already she's a lot more maneuverable. At an angle there just to make sure I don't hit that pillar. Bang. And it's just lined up. I've seen it flash yellow and then it went dark, so I'm thinking I may have damaged one of those connectors. Let's check. In fact, I did. Okay. And that booster too, apparently. Yeah. That is the downside of such a massive ship. Even small collisions have so much force. Yep. That one's good. Let's be repaired. Do I have my... Oh, scrap metal. I'm spot full by inventory. CC. Dump. Put the credits up as well. Grab the compass. Let's grab my multi tool real quick. And I'll check the conveyor network. So up here, most of everything's connected. What is this? That's not actually connected to anything. It's this decoration. Odd. Okay. But it appears everything else is typed up. Yeah, okay. I'll have to make it quick though, because my energy is running. Disable that. Mm, mm, grab Mercy Dock and switch lock for right now. Backup used. There will work just fine. So now it should be docked up. Inventory. CCG. Oh, okay. Don't have a connection. Dump all those components. Then large cargo too. I guess that's where I'll throw all the munitions I've made. Take that off, hide empty. Okay. Get those hydrogen tanks filling up. Hold 45 million liters of fuel. Perfect. So now, I think what I want to do. Let's go ahead and disconnect. Here. Take those off and we'll start setting up microlinks. So, outdoors, I'll leave that default. Lights. That's all lights. It's just interior lights, I think. Want to have a slight bluish tinge, something like that. Start engine. Let's just 13 engines. So the And you know what, actually. We'll properly label it. Delete that. Delete that. H2 engines. E. All those. Should block terminal off. Air vents. Off. Block off. Oop. Air vents. Save. So I meant to shift click that. Turn that off. Show locking terminal off. Oops, got caps lock on. Battery, show locking terminal off. Doors, show locking terminal off. Ten. Zero. There's the protection range. Set that to 250 meters. Just right now, save a little bit of power. Don't really need it. 'Cause we have the I think gravity generator stay up there. Just gyros do gyros save shut lock turn off. Finally save show locking terminal off. Assemblers save show locking terminal off. Turrets. Yeah, I've got them turrets as Sea-Whiz. Capital G. Save. Block and turn. Move. So there we go, now we have a Sea-Whiz. Max out aiming radius. Leave that on. default weapons. Assault turret. Aiming radius 100 meters. Air zone. Well, that doesn't really matter actually. Weapons. Artillery. Will I do small ships on that? Yeah, small ships for the assault. Artillery. Small ships should be on. For weapons. Okay. So these button panels don't do anything, so hide those. CDs don't do anything, we'll hide that. Console block, we'll hide that. Oops. So that's too. Let's see. HQ. Tux. Save. We want to turn that off. Decoy, that's fine. We'll just hide that though. These programmable blocks, I don't really need those. Just hide these. Large cargo container. All the cargo. Don't want to be seen in the terminal. Mayday and town, we'll just leave on there. Got this cannons. Speed modules and text panels. Icons. Toilet, let's see that. Here. Yeah, I don't see because that's just Breebling. Camera blocks, just hide those. Okay. I want to search for penetration. Let's grab all the hydrogen thrusters. Shift click. grab all of these as well. I hate when they name the small ion thruster just small thruster. It's so frustrating, because then you have to go and select them separate. That as well. Take that off. That one menu is much smaller, which is perfect. Start with event controller power. Event will be stored power equal to or less than 20%. Select actions, groups. And all we have as far as generation goes is just the hydrogen tanks. Or, yeah, whatever. Oof. Take the program off. That should put the two engines on. No, okay. So, if I then do now, yeah, the two engines are on now. Okay, so that's functioning, and we'll actually set that at 85. Or, you know what, I don't want to use that much hydrogen just to charge up, so we'll leave that at 45%. Just that way we have enough power to keep going. Okay. With controller docking. Oops. Event. Connector locked, unlocked. Pressing dock. And then our actions. We want our batteries to toggle between recharge and auto. We want our tanks to go stockpile on and off. We want let's see. Everything else should be fine, really. I don't necessarily need to turn my engines and gyros off, but I guess I will. Lock off. Lock on. That's just so that way when I go to move the station, I won't have to worry about the ship fighting my station. Off. Toggle lock on. It's got 5. We want the hydrogen. Yeah, H2 thrusters. Toggle lock off. Lock on. can leave those cannons on. That'll be a decent defense, I guess. What else do I need? When we lock, I want to turn the AI move block off. And then double check what I got. Batteries, hydrogen, gyros, thrusters, block off. Okay. We can do gen off, gen on, just for convenience sake. I like to have that on while I'm flying around. That way I can just kind of walk around and not have to worry about getting slammed into stuff. So what else do I want to turn on and off? Want the beacon to go off and on. I guess we can go ahead and use that last one for the detection range. Off and on. Okay, so that's docking setup. AI Mark. Vent block switch on and off. AI move block. Select actions. So when that block's toggle on, I want to do behavior on. Behavior off. Oh, I'm suffocating. No oxygen, huh? Oh,
Your health is low.
that'll be alright. I can just stay right here and pick up my stuff.
Health critical.
Here. Bottles. Make sure I grab it. Bunch of oxygen. Can I not fit through there with that turret? Oh, that was the wrong side anyway. What? Oh, now that was some bull. Let's try this again. What? In a way. I hit that top. Is it the solar panel moving? Jesus. Come. Don't have room for everything. Oh my god. Let's see, where's a open port I can use? Over here. Oh. Just dump all the garbage for right now. That'll work. Okay. Now, what was I doing? Setting up the AI document, right? Sure. Yep. Yeah, parking. Flight move on and off. Select the actions. So I'm going to turn the behavior on and off when the block is turned on and off. And then I want to do play on and off. That should be everything I need for that. I'm thinking of the toggle there. We can do the I should only do one now then. And view block. So I should be able to do that. Yep. And that will put me in the gun view. So I aim with the larger, more thin reticle. The other reticle is just showing the direction of the ship. Now what I want to do, just get kind of lined up a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it perfect. That should do right there. Now I want to grab the move block. And I want to say add a waypoint. I want a waypoint right here. We want a waypoint right here. Then to come up and out of there. Good ways. That's probably too much. That's way too much. That's way too much. Slow down. God damn. Until this ship was definitely designed with atmosphere in mind. The up thrust is way more powerful than the downwards. It's not a huge issue, but it's just very annoying when you're trying to do certain movements. It's also an issue for the AI move block if you have the hydrogen turned off and you don't have thrust in all directions, your AI move blocks don't want to move properly. We'll bring this to around 200 meters. No, well, 250 should be fine. Oh, you know, actually I did forget something though. Order task. We're gonna want to delete those waypoints, and we want the east reference beacon selected for when we do this. So now we want a waypoint. And come in. Waypoint. Normally I only do 3, but so far out, I would like to have a little bit of extra kind of safety as far as making sure it's on the right path coming in. Now we want to go to already in the correct order. So we can set up actions. And we want to turn collision avoidance off and precision mode on that first waypoint. And then on that last waypoint, which is number 8, we want to turn precision back off. Collision avoidance back on. To lock the dock, and on lock it should go ahead and dock up properly. Should be able to remove that from the toolbar. Just save just in case something goes catastrophically wrong. Turn autopilot on. not dock properly. So rather than trying to troubleshoot that, I will instead just reload to save. Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty long video, but yeah, it is what it is. Honestly, kind of forgot I was recording. I do be talking to myself quite a bit. So, go back to the record. Just delete these waypoints. Reference beacon is on base. Okay. Actually, I could do record. Okay. Stop recording. First order. Collision on, collision off. Or no. Actually, it's the other way. Collision on. Collision off. Collision off. Collision on. And on that last one, we also want to lock. So another save. Flight move. Didn't save my changes here, so we'll switch that back around. Another save. And hit 3. So hopefully this will actually dock properly this time around. Oh, another thing I need to do, search batteries. There we go, get rid of those. I could probably turn the ions off for, well, no, I don't have left and right with nitrogen, so I would need to keep those. Why? So recorder, show path. Do I have? Yeah. Just thinking about it, I guess. We're not locked up. Why is it being so hot? Damn it. I'm gonna have to check that and make sure I didn't fuck it up. Because if I did, I'm just gonna reload my save. Because I don't feel like comparing all that shit again. Hmm. Everything's fine. Okay. Once I finally get this shit worked out, I'll be pretty happy. Let's get back up to the bridge. I guess. No. There's just no oxygen on here. How far off am I? Just gonna look just a little bit. Right there. Okay, so flight recorder. Going to delete all the waypoints. Don't need to use. Okay. So flight move. Just gonna have precision on at all times now. Let's check the actions for docking. 6. That just turns that off. So just by virtue of lock being turned off, the other dock should turn off on its own, so I don't need to worry about that. So that's record some points. And come down on that as close as I can get it. Which I think it's already there. It is now. So we'll do a waypoint. And we'll come up. And we'll do a waypoint. Come up more. And we'll do another waypoint. Then this time we'll come from over here. So we'll do a waypoint. And come out to 250-ish. 250, that'll be close enough. Okay. So now I want to first order. Waypoint 5. To set up the action of blocking the connector. So now, if I save, and we'll come back to this after I grab that null signal because it's about to disappear. And we got 5 minutes on it, so we'll go ahead and grab that. Fuck. Cool. Okay, whatever. Just hoping to get some more cosmetics, but I guess I won't. And we'll go to the new ship. This thing kind of looks fucking ridiculous with that cannon up there. Looks like some sort of fucking bug or like a bird or some shit. Alright. Anywho's. It's fine here. Oh, you know, now that I think about it, I'm wondering if it's just because there's not enough power. That might be why it's bugging out. Batteries. How much we got stored? 9.4, 9.5. Okay, so our H2 engines are on. Yeah. So let another save before we try this. And I'm thinking maybe it's because it's maxing out the power, and every time it runs out, it might be trying to restart the path. That might be why it's not wanting to go properly. We'll try again, this time with collision off from the get. Perfect. That actually worked that time. Cool. So now we want to check the Mercy systems. So the refinery, we can turn that off. Rotor gens is off. Assemblers can be off. Battery should be on recharge. Gyros should be off. Tanks should be on stockpile. Thrusters off. Thrusters off. Landing gear we don't need. Okay. Seems to have worked. So now we can get rid of that from the toolbar. So we have our auto docking. So now we're going to need one more event controller. And probably one more AI. Because if I do another AI flight move, then I can have it configured differently. Well, yeah, no, I would need that because the way that I do my auto docking is based on the AI flight on off. So if I turn that on, then we'll want to dock as well. So I can't use that for my combat AI. So I will need one more event controller, one more AI block. So let's go ahead and grab those. Event controller. AI move. Bring that. Should go out the airlock. And we'll grab all the parts that can carry first. Wait. No, we're docked up. Never mind. Can't grab the parts from in here. Perfect. That's been clanging around in here. Huh. That might have been part of the issue as well. So I'm thinking this time around, rather than cutting out windows, I can just place these in here. So I've got the event controller. And grab the upgrades. It's fine. So I'll take that. What? Dump everything. Right there. 4 parts. There. Now I will flight move. And I will rotate it with the front facing the front, with the left turn right. Yep. And I don't have the detector components. Production. Boom. Alright. Yep, that's the airlock. I want to go to the bridge. Come over here. Control panel. Strip timed angle undock. Okay. So event controller. This will be AI combat. And we want event block switched on and off. We want the offensive combat at block. Select action. Flight move 2. I want to lock on, toggle lock off, toggle AI behavior on, toggle AI behavior off, toggle AI behavior on, AI behavior off. So now, let's flight move. Up. Flight move. Combat. So, want to attack enemies. Closest ship. Switch at 30 seconds. Threatening subsystem. Weapons. We want to stay at range. Minimal distance. We want 950. Maximum distance. We want, I think the range for the railgun is 2000. We don't want evasive maneuvers. Want to add the railgun. So the railgun's going to be my main cannon. Everything else is just backups in case stuff gets too close. Okay. And then are hydrogen engines still on? Oh, okay, they're turned off. But I am charging off base. So that should be fine. I'll toggle that block on and off. So autopilot is enabled. So combat should be on, behavior on. Yeah. Sensor on, behavior on. And if I do that, and combat should be off, behavior off. This blocks off and behavior off. Okay. So all of these subsystems are finished. Hide those. Pocket. Go grab that beacon. Turn the wrong thing off. Did it again. And then back to the base. See, one thing we need to check. Yeah, okay, that's not going to be able to hit the ship. Perfect. I did forget about that. Over here, and there's this June. Don't credits in there. We got oxygen, we got some hydrogen. Got these tools. I'm thinking I probably need to load up on ice. See. Thinking that one's probably ice right there. From cruise over this thing. Down yourself. Double check it's got the right beacon on. That's good. Now that I'm getting closer, I don't think that's actually ice. It's a little blue color though, so maybe it is. It's just looking a little rough to be ice. Nope, not ice. Let's see. Got my render distance turned way up. Still doesn't give you enough information from that far away. Like the textures don't load in well enough. No ISO thing. So check this one out here. Just want to make sure I have enough ice to where I can convert it into fuel for that ship. So the whole asteroid isn't ice, but it does have a little deposit of ice on here, which is good enough for me. Platinum I don't think I'll be needing. So it's kind of down in there. Looks like there's a hole right here. That's about as close as I can get. Let's see. Put that on 5. Go. Reach the ice. Up just a little. Turn on the trees. Pretty much full up, so back up out of here. And move this guy towards the base. Turn on auto dock. And we're gonna go grab that signal. cargo right here. Credits. Don't need anything else. And we'll just cruise on back to the base. Should pass the miner. Yep, there it is. We'll try to beat the miner back to the base. Might be able to do it. Then your character can go 110 while any other grid is locked to 100 meters per second. And that's just a little bit of a safety net just in case your ship starts outrunning you. You can eventually catch up to it, but it's advisable to try to avoid any of those situations to begin with. I think that's Mars over there. I think that's the alien planet. Moon should be around here somewhere. No, I don't think that's it. Might be on the other side of the Earth-like planet. Yep, passing right on by the liner. We'll do. Let's go on. Stop right about here, and we'll watch the miner come in. I've done quite a bit of extensive testing with the landing for the miner and my little fighter over here. So those I'm fairly confident will not have any issue in docking. The Maggie, I've docked with it enough. I'm pretty confident it won't have any issues. But this that new ship over there, Mercy, I don't trust it. Probably for the next 10 docks or so, I'll have to make a save before I initiate docking. What we should see is the miner will line up directly in front of the second dock and then turn to face the aft of the vehicle to the dock, and then it should back up in place. So that's exactly what we're seeing. Then you'll see the dot go yellow and then switch to green right after. Yep. And it turned itself off. And all that ice should be automatically being pulled into the ice container on the base. And now we have several thousand kilograms of ice ready to be turned into usable hydrogen for my combat ship. So the only thing left to do now is to go and find something to fight and see how good the combat ship actually functions. And go ahead and charge up. And we'll convert this into a ship. Turn that on. And let's see, where do we want to go? Turning is quite slow. I mean, I have added quite the amount of weight to it, so guess that's to be expected. We might need to add a few more gyroscopes. But I certainly don't need to go far. Probably bring the jump range down to not quite minimum, but just about as low as we'll go. Thinking around 50 kilometers. Yeah, we'll do 49 and we'll head in the direction of the unidentified signal. There should be fun. Do anything else? Let's check our basic nitrogens. They're on. Are pulling ice. Our base hydrogen tanks are indeed filling. Engines are off. Power should be decent enough. And we'll jump. Okay. Go ahead and convert this grid back into a station. Turn off our gyros. Oops. Else on my oxygen. Okay. So now it should be far enough away where we should start seeing some spawns coming in. And we'll undock. And I guess we can just start cruising. Go ahead and we'll lock down a save, turn our dampeners off, and start cruising. Go for about 90 meters a second. And we should be good. Before I forget, I will do slash yes base, just so that way we have a point not too far from the base in case we do end up getting lost. The nav map's broken. Okay. Just do that then. Well, actually, kind of think it might not be the best idea because that will prevent me from seeing it in the top corner. So we'll do targeting info instead. No, main cockpit instead. See. Main cockpit. Okay, no locked target. Perfect. Well, why can I not get into the cockpit? There. Don't save those changes. Yeah, seat's working again. I'm guessing that was probably just a small bug. Oops, didn't mean to enable the autopilot. Turn those on and set back on straight course. Assuming that's in range of 2,000 meters. Okay. Yeah. Thinking I probably didn't actually jump far enough, but that should be fine. I just cruise around until I can find something to attack. See how that goes. Should be able to actually right there. Thinking that chance nothing might spawn, so let me go ahead and save. I'll unload the world and we'll load back in and maybe it'll start spawns again, because I haven't seen any beacons, so. Of course, if I had done a full jump, I probably could have forced spawns a little bit sooner. Maybe from now on I should keep it to about 100,000 kilometer jump to try to initiate spawns. Long signal. Tempted to go for it, but I think I probably won't. Actually, I could dock up my mining ship to that port down there. I'd have to be careful not to cook it with those thrusters, but probably bring it along just to grab ice and stuff along the way. Make sure I keep my hydrogen and everything topped up, but I think we should be fine. Hide that. Can hide Mayday signal. Hide Mercy signal. Hide the detection range. Hide the railgun. Can hide the dock. Can hide the gravity gen. Okay, so now the only thing that's up here is just the groups made. That should be fine. Still haven't seen any warp spots. Now that we're past the 40,000 kilometer range, the actual base antenna is out of range. Now we just have that waypoint we sent. Set, not sent. Yeah, I'm thinking this was a mistake here. Because there's still nothing spawning in, so... Let's try the auto dock and see if it'll land from this far away then. Oh wait. I seen something. Let's go this way some. Maybe I was moving too quick. It was about 30 kilometers away. One thing that I hate about the pirate beacons is they only show up about once every 30 seconds. So let's sit here for a little bit. I'm gonna try to keep my eyes on here, but I'm filling up my vape at the same time, so. I'll pause this for a second, just to make sure I can get this filled up, because I'm starting to burn the cotton. Go. I can't live life without nicotine. Alright. Yeah, that's a whole lot better. In fact, while I'm at it, let me go ahead and plug in my cord here and get it charging. Just so I don't run out of battery on it. Damn, if I can plug the cord in. Shit. go. There. Yeah, it was down to 11%. There we go. Let's wait for that signal to pop back up. Hope I'm not out of range. Okay. Start heading to that direction a little bit. Because it was over in this area, I believe. Oh, there it was. Our dampener's back on. Our ship turn that way. Let's see, can I see it from here? Don't see anything. Might be on the other side of the asteroid, or it could be just too small to see. Turn the dampeners off and start heading over there. Let's go for about 50 meters a second. It's not enough. Crash into that asteroid. Oh, there it is. Alright, there we go. I see. Perfect. So turn the dampeners on, start thrusting in that direction. And turn our dampeners back off again. Exit out there. And then search for Mercy. Turn that on. Turn off the detection range. And turn off that. So that way we don't have. Oh, there's another one down there. Nice. I think that's a Mayday signal, so that's probably a pre-wrecked ship. We'll get her to about 2,000 meters, and then turn on the AI, and that should try to utilize the railgun to take out all the turrets. There's another Mayday down there. Okay, so yeah, we're getting spawns now. We got 3 of them. For anyone who hasn't played, which I doubt there are going to be many people to watch this who haven't. Shit, who am I kidding? There probably ain't going to be nobody who watch this, but if anyone does and they don't know, all of these grids, when you first interact with them, there'll be a 2-hour timer where once that 2 hours is up, that grid will despawn. So you don't have to worry about like tons and tons of them just floating around the game taking up space and stuff. Because there is a limit to how many blocks and the types of blocks that you can have. Currently I have all those limits turned off, but these grids will still despawn on their own. It's just the way I'd like to have it set, because I don't like to deal with limits and stuff, and you know, trying to claim a enemy grid and it's saying, oh, there's too many blocks placed, you can't do that, and I'll have to go and find something to delete. And yeah, I don't like dealing with that, so I just have it unlimited. It definitely affects performance though, but my PC is decent enough to be able to handle that. Been blessed enough to have a decent enough PC to not need to worry, but it's certainly not like that for everybody. So I recommend if you end up picking up the game and play it and everything, try to keep your limits on if you can. Unless you got a decent enough rig to handle it. Okay, so I can see in the radar up on the top right, we're within 5,000 meters. So I'll start turning on dampeners and bring us down to around 75. Yeah, about 75 should be fine. Slow it down a little bit. We'll bring the range down on that to 2,000. Yep, and I'll stop. And then we'll not do that, but instead turn on the combat. And we'll take the view of the cannon. And we're not actually aiming at it. Okay. And I think we've done it. Let's turn that off. Save real quick, just in case. About the airlock. And start flying over. Perfect. Took all the guns off. Everything's fine. We did blow up a couple hydrogen tanks, which is unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. We got one hydrogen tank left right here. And we are lucky enough to have that already on a connector. So we got some oxygen. Interesting. Now, I didn't bring a hacking computer with me, so I probably won't actually claim this. But I am very glad that my ship worked. And where did I park? I turned off the broadcast antennas. Oh, there it is. Okay. That actually worked exceedingly well compared to my initial expectations for what would happen. Now let's try out another. Mayday right here. get us up to about 50. Increase my detection range to 5,000. Yeah, that's base over there. Dampeners, and it's lined up with that turret right there. Dampeners back off. Down to about 2,100. Start slowing down. Missed. It's fine though. Turn on the combat. View. And what we should see is the ship try to take out the base. So one thing I did forget to configure, and we'll do AI combat to increase speed limit, decrease the altitude, turn that off. So here we go. Okay. And that should be all of the turrets. So I should be safe to come out and fly over here. And I think actually that shot through the asteroid to take out the turrets on the inside of it. Which, in fact, it did. It just straight up blew a hole in it. And let's see here. So we got a cargo container right here. I'll hack this. So that way I can get access to that. And search for... There is one interior turret left. seems to be nothing worth taking here. But we do have lots of hydrogen. So I could strip this down for fuel and such, but I don't think I really need to. I do believe that was a fairly decent test. And yet again, I forgot to turn the beacon back on. So, I need to try to find my ship. Should be over here. Yep, there we go. Luckily the radar does function without being on a grid. So I was able to utilize that to find my ship again. But I think that this here should be a powerful enough vessel to take on the in-game event, the unidentified signals. Oh wait, I don't need to go through here. I need to go to the bridge. And I should be able to just tap number 3, and the ship should just take me right back to the base. So I should line up with that GPS coordinate. Not that it's not actually going to that GPS though. It's going to the last known location of the beacon that was there, and once it gets within range of the beacon, then it will follow the waypoints that was assigned with it. But we should go right back to the base. Now, one thing that I can do in order to conserve power, I can turn off the AI and then turn off the dampeners immediately. So that way we're cruising and not burning all our power. Because I don't know if you noticed, but it was saying 9 minutes of power left, which is not ideal. So yeah, we got 5.45 megawatt hours. So should have enough power to last quite a bit, as long as we're not constantly burning our thrusters like the AI likes to do. And then the H2 tanks, storage, yeah, we still have, yeah, we only burned through like 1.7 million liters. And then our ammo should still have quite a number of shells left. Yeah. Oh yeah. So that sort of thing should do really well as far as being able to take out the enemy ships and stuff that come along with the in-game content. So once I get this guy back to the base, I'll copy a blueprint, and that way I can print it off in this exact configuration. And then if this one here gets too severely damaged for repairs or completely destroyed, I'll be able to just reproduce it. It's not exactly to my liking, to be honest. I don't want or need any refineries or assemblers. A lot of the other like filler crap I don't want or need. So I may at some point go through and rip all the extra garbage out. But for now, I'm quite happy with how this ship turned out. Guess what I'll do is I'll manually line up, turn my dampeners back on, and thrust forward a little bit here till my power consumption dies down just a little bit. Make sure we're not drifting. Yep. Then I'll turn dampeners back off. And then once I get closer to the base, I'll turn the auto dock feature back on. Should dock back up, and I'll go ahead and end the recording there. In fact, actually, how long has this been recording for? For 5 hours. So, yeah, this is going to be quite a long video. I doubt anyone will ever watch it to the end. And I'm definitely going to have to delete this footage once it's uploaded, because that's just way too much to be keeping on my PC. It's a lot of storage to dedicate to a 5-hour-long video. I am recording in I think I'm recording in 4K, but don't quote me on that. So yeah, we're looking at about 6.5 more minutes of just cruising towards the base. Actually, I can go and delete that GPS marker. Because now we're within the signal range for the base, so. I'm certainly quite happy with how this turned out. And to be honest, I was a little afraid with the turrets when I first put them on there and noticed that they only had 800-meter radius. I'm really glad that with the AI block enabled, it can actually make those turrets reach out a lot further. Because I thought I was about to be stuck only using a single railgun as a main weapon. Another thing I might do at some point is play with the enabling circle and see how that goes. I got a feeling because I can't thrust in all directions at the same time without overloading my power generation. I got a feeling it probably won't work out too well. Probably burn through way too much fuel, but guess I'll have to play around with that and see. Another thing I'll have to keep in mind is that the in-game event has the same range limit as most of the weaponry that I have access to. So while they might only have 1 or 2 turrets with that range capability, it's still enough to really put a damper on the structural integrity of most ships. I mean, getting hit with artillery isn't exactly good for the health of your vessel, so. And I am realizing that my hydrogen tanks are quite exposed. That, and I'm pretty sure the large cargo containers exposed as well, and that's where the majority of my munitions will be stored. So I might need to go and change that around, maybe get rid of the large storage altogether and just do small storages right at the base of each turret, so the munitions divided up evenly throughout the vessel in case one turret's taken out. It'll have a small ammo rack explosion, but it won't take out the rest of them. Kinda try to build in a little bit more redundancy, I guess. We'll see. I'm pretty lazy, so it's like a 50-50 on whether I'll take the time and effort to do that or not. I got a feeling if I try to jump to that unidentified signal, they'll probably end up despawning by the time I get there. So I might might increase the limit to have 2 of those at a time rather than just 1. Just that way there's less of a chance I'll jump to it and it'll immediately despawn. I've had that happen twice now, and it's kind of frustrating. Like, you get all the way over there, you start fighting, you get your ship hit, and then all of a sudden the whole base despawns, and it's like, oh god. Now I don't even get anything to refund the cost of repairs. I'm thinking I might change this to be a flat color as well, rather than having the default green and white. I might just make it the solid rust green I've been using. Okay, but we're getting closer to the base now. Turn my dampeners on. Signal there. Kinda tempted to grab that. I think I will. I just leave my ship with dampeners on. Should be capable of landing on its own. Or not landing, but it should come to a full stop on its own. go. Oh. Damn it, another one of these. There. Come on, let me hit the button. Nope. Okay. Wonderful. Credits. Ooh, ice. Action. Oh, I can't carry that much. That'll be alright. Oh. Forgot to turn the freaking thing on again. Beacon. I shouldn't have never turned it off. Where is the ship? Fly to the base and then look back out that direction, and hopefully I should be able to find it. Yeah, I see it on the radar now. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, well, not perfect. I'm fucking dumbass. I need to turn my beacon back on. So I stop losing my ship. I've been thinking about getting a modded skybox as well, because the stars and stuff are all kind of blurry and everything. Not exactly aesthetic. There's a lot of really cool skyboxes that they got on the workshop. I might grab one of those, maybe one with like a bunch of like nebula details and shit like that, maybe. Let's go back in here. Back to the bridge. Turn that on. So we got 8 minutes battery. What should happen is my hydrogen engine should kick on once the batteries get below a certain percentage. Which actually we got a lot of power. We're draining it pretty quick, but should be good. Hydrogen engines. I'm not sure what the max output is on those, because I'll have to wait till they kick on. Well, I guess I could turn them up. Max output 15 megawatts. Okay, my batteries. Store. Okay, the output is like 36 megawatts, so I'm not actually outputting enough power from the hydrogen engines to run solely on those, which can definitely lead to some issues. I'm probably gonna have to add more power generation on this. I've only used 5% of the hydrogen though, so that's really not bad. I'll probably slap some engines somewhere inside. Maybe grind those armor blocks off where I put that turret on the back and slap some hydrogen engines on the sides of those connectors and armor it back up. Then I can just tie that back into the power generation. But we should come a little bit past here and then it'll rotate around to line up with the dock. And it should fly itself over to it. And go ahead and hit a save. Just that way if something bad happens I can reload and then turn off the autopilot. We way overshot. Interesting. Not sure what we're doing. I guess we're backing up to it. And we missed again. Guess the thrust isn't balanced enough for it. Okay, here we go. Now it should line up and dock. There we go. Perfect. And I can't move stuff through the speed, so I'll need to come down to the open port. Should be a port over here. A square container. Dump that. That in there. Drop empty oxygen bottles. Grab a clean one. All of that. See if I miss any ammo. I don't think I did. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll grab. Oops. I'll say that I'm fine. Grab enough components to build that. And then we'll dump those components into the ship. So that way I'll have the components to make a hacking terminal. Be able to grab control of any grids we come across. That ship should be charging up. It should be free to leave it out of there. And put them in here. Got a couple of these guys. Oops, that's the wrong way around. Yep. Perfect. And we'll search for gyro, base gyro. Save those on there to put on off. There. Now, the next time I go to turn my base, I should have a lot more force behind that. Got a mining transport out there. I don't know about that. Yeah, that should be fine. So let's save here. I'll go ahead and stop recording and upload this video. Alright, bye.